Hello, test 1 2. Testing. Yeah. Thank you, Renee. Members, if I could just start off tonight by firstly thanking you all on behalf of my wife and I for a recent hard time and the loss of Fiona's mother. It was very kind, the comments that came through from members right across the chamber, and I want to take time to thank each one before that. I did listen in last month. I wasn't here. Thank the Deputy Mayor for his managing of the meeting and chairing it, and I want to thank all those who paid tribute on that occasion, those who've been in touch since that, and those who attended the funeral. I want to thank you for that. So just to put that on record, my thanks to each one of you. It was very thoughtful, all the different kind words that were done, and we did really appreciate them as a family at that time. Folks, you've all got the opening announcements, and if we can just go into apologies. I have one absent tonight so far as Alderman Burns. Is there any more? And Spears?
I have an apology from Councillor Savage. His wife rang me this afternoon, but just when I am speaking, as you will recall, the Deputy Mayor and all the members will recall, at the last meeting, just at the very end of it, we got the news of the sad passing of Lord Trimble, the Right Honourable David Trimble. And at that time, people were taken, as it were, a bit of a shock. I certainly was, and reference was made to that. I'm not sure whether this council have as yet conveyed our sympathies to his wife and family as yet, but I'm quite sure that it would be the intention to do that, and I would ask that if that hasn't happened, that we do convey our sincere sympathy to his wife and family on the loss of her husband and at this particular time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Spears. And we did move very quickly to open the online book of condolence, certainly, and our sympathies are with the family. I will check if that has been done, or if it hasn't, we'll certainly be doing it. Thank you. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you. Just to say, Alderman Rankin should be joining us online shortly.
Thank you. So with no further apologies, agenda item 2 is the council minutes. Could I seek a proposer and a seconder for the council minutes held in the meeting the 25th of July to be taken as read and approved as a correct record? Alderman Moodry.
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Moodry. And do we have someone to second? Alderman Spears. Okay, and as usual, we'll take any declaration of interest at this stage, or if anyone wants to bring them tonight as we go through the meeting, feel free to do so. None at this stage. Thank you. Folks, we do have tonight a presentation, item 4.1. We're going to receive a presentation from Northern Ireland Housing Executive on the Housing Investment Plan. We do welcome you both to the meeting. We have Grania here, and we have John McCartan. Been here a few times, John, now, and Grania, I think this is your second, maybe, is that right? So you're both very welcome. We're glad to have you along tonight, and we have other members, I believe, on Zoom as well here on the meeting. So as you're well aware, it's usually a 10-minute presentation, and I know members have had the opportunity to email you with questions ahead of time, so members will hopefully be able to hear a presentation. Thank you, Grania.
Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. This is the first, in fact, of our Housing Investment Plan presentations to councils this year, and it's a very important opportunity for the Housing Executive to present to you as our community planning partners on the work that we do, the investment that we make in the local area. So I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you to you all. If my colleague Trish can just share the slides, they should come up immediately, and I will stick to the 10 minutes and leave room for questions. Look, as I said, so I'll ask you to move on. Thank you. The Housing Investment Plan presentations are a really important opportunity for us to demonstrate to you how we will invest carefully in our in the local area, and we are statutorily required to present to you on our investment plans. But more importantly, we do it because it's the right thing to do. It's about as your partner, demonstrating to you how our investment locally will meet your objectives. And again, if you can move on, thank you. The place plan, the Armagh Place Plan, which was launched earlier this year, we obviously, as a statutory partner, have contributed to not just to the development of the plan, but we see our role in investing locally to deliver that plan. We take that very seriously, and the work that we are doing locally with all of you and in the best interests of people of the local area is really about delivering what you've set out in your plan. You've consulted us on the specification, for example, for a place plan for Banbridge and Dromore, and we will continue throughout to work with you in a number of different ways throughout. So just ask you to move on. The partnership working and the approach that we take to partnership working, I think, was evident in the participatory budgeting work that we've taken part in. And I think that's a really good example. We're one of 16 community planning partners with a combined budget of £33,000. And I suppose the aim here is to ensure that everyone locally contributes and has the opportunity to contribute to how resourcing and investment is made in the local area. And we are delighted to be part of that. But I also wanted to just to move on to a decision, I suppose, that we've taken as a housing executive, and we took that decision in relation to McGowan House, which is on the next slide, and that is part of the Housing Executive's Tower Block Action Plan. And again, this is a number of units of social housing in Portadown, McGowan House, which on paper, as an investment decision, as part of our Tower Blocks Action Plan, looked like the right decision was for us to sell those properties on. It made more financial, made a strong financial case for us and an economic case for us to sell those homes on the open market. But actually, we reviewed it from a community planning partnership approach, and actually it made much more sense thinking beyond the financial implications of the importance of retaining that in social housing stock, retaining that for the local community. When we looked at the place plan and working with you as a partner, it made perfect sense that you would want, as a council, a revitalised town centre, a town centre that welcomes not just existing social housing, but more social housing. And so when we looked at this beyond just a financial and economic case, it made much more sense for us now to review it and to retain and refurbish, and that's our intention. So while it might economically make more sense for us to release it onto the open market, it made much more sense for all of us working together as community planning partners to keep it. I'm delighted that we've done that, but I think that's just one example of why it is so important that we have community planning in place and that we take decisions that aren't just in the interests of our organisations, but actually are in the interests of the wider community and wider society. So just to move on and talk you through very briefly some of the numbers, and again, we'll answer questions on any of this as we go through, but just to remind you, the total stock for the Housing Executive is 83,000 homes, and locally then just over 7,385 homes in the borough. If you can move on, I'll just talk you through the social housing waiting list trends. You will know this as well as I, just the scale and the nature of pressing housing need in the local area. Our allocations annually are around about 500. So there's that level of churn in the market, but really what's really exercising us, and I'm sure exercising you, is the level of housing stress. And that has increased from 1,200 back in 2017 right up to 2,271 in this year. And that is of real concern and demonstrates, I think, the need for not just for new social housing, but also for continued investment. So just to move on then to the housing challenges in the area, and I suspect that none of this will come as a surprise to any of you, given how close you are to the issues. An ageing population locally obviously requires us to look at not just what we're bringing forward in terms of new stock and social housing, but it also requires us to think very carefully about the scale, the makeup, and where we place our investment priorities. Investing in existing stock to increase the health and the well-being of people in the local area. But I'm sure we'll turn to this issue many times this evening, but the importance now of focusing on fuel poverty, reducing fuel poverty, and where we can inequalities locally. I've talked to you about the numbers in housing stress, very large numbers in housing stress. And so our focus then needs to be on providing housing solutions, even while demand continues to exceed supply. And no doubt you'll want to ask me about how we're doing that. But I did want to mention the issue of homelessness, which is, has continued to grow in terms of the local area. Slight decrease this year on year, but really the issue is the numbers coming forward being accepted as homeless, and therefore the work that we're doing in partnership with partners locally to not just to find placements and suitable placements in temporary accommodation, but really we don't want to be placing people in temporary accommodation for long periods. We need to move people on to suitable, sustainable accommodation, and that's very difficult given the availability of accommodation locally. Just moving on to our spend, and again, happy to take questions in more detail, but last year, and I was with you last year, but the total spend locally, our investment locally was just over 32 million. And I think a really good, I suppose, story to tell, both in terms of the amount of investment we're able to make in our existing stock, and that's in our planned maintenance of just over 9 million, in our response maintenance of just over 7 million, and just over 6 million of investment in new build. Moving forward then onto the next slide, where I'll show you what the investment will be for this year. And that investment will have increased to well over 37 million. But what's not included in that, and you'll understand why, is the amount of money we will spend on new social house building. We only ever know that at the end of the year. So as I say, that 37 million will increase. It will also increase because we will be spending heavily on, I hope, on affordable warmth and on other programs such as that. But I wanted to draw your attention to it's a kind of a pale purple or lavender colour there in the pie, and that is our European Regional Development Fund retrofit programme. So that's part funded by the Housing Executive, part funded by the European Regional Development Fund, and it is a significant investment in energy efficiency and retrofitting of homes in the local area. I'm delighted that we were able to invest so heavily in this council, and again, happy to take questions on how that's being rolled out. Moving on, and just being very conscious of time, but moving on to the new build social housing development programme, which I'm sure you'll be very interested in. In the last number of years, the 5-year target from 2017-18 to the year just passed was 131 starts, and that split 106 between urban and 25 rural. And I know acutely actually the real challenges and the importance of bringing forward more social housing in rural areas. So we achieved 215 starts against that target. So we did exceed the target, and I'm very pleased to say so. And so now looking forward, we want to continue and sustain that level of investment and grow where we can, new social housing, but get the split right between urban and rural areas. And no doubt you'll want to talk to me more about that as we go forward. Moving on then to affordable warmth, incredibly important programme for us, given the scale and the nature of the rises in energy costs for households, and of course households who live in social housing amongst the most, not the most, but amongst the most fuel poor. So where we can, we want to invest as much as we can locally on affordable warmth and boiler replacement. You can see the numbers there. Last year, 16 million was the total spend regionally by the Housing Executive. And you can see the spend there of just over 1 million in this council area. We would like to see that grow as much as we can. So anything we can do as partners together, not just to get the message out to householders that affordable warmth and boiler replacement may be available to them. Anything we can do more to increase just the referrals and the quality of those referrals. And we work very closely together in relation to doing that. But I think we can all agree that investment in energy efficiency and to keep homes warm must be the priority this year. I'm happy also to take questions on the amount of investment we're making through supporting people to keep people in their homes and keep people in the community. I suppose just final few slides, our strategic priorities. I mean, I think a number of real challenges for us as a housing executive. We have a significant period of work ahead of us in warming our homes, in making them more energy efficient, and on ensuring that we're on the path to net zero. And that's in the best interest of our tenants, quite frankly. And we want to be in a position whereby they're using as little energy as we can make by taking a fabric first approach to their homes, but also that means lower energy costs and fewer energy bills for them. We can't do that fast enough as far as we're concerned, and retrofit programs can be a silver bullet in that respect. So we want to do as much as we can, and that's a major priority for the organisation. We do need to essentially be freed up to borrow as an organisation. We can't currently borrow in order to invest in our existing homes and add to new social housing. The Minister made her statement back in 2020 to enable us to do that. And that work is on track and remains on track. And so we want to be in a position to do that in 2025, which was the Minister's intention. We spent 200 million last year on our existing stock, and that's the most amount of money we've spent in social housing since 2007, 2008. But I think we need to go further, quite frankly, in ensuring that we get the most social value from that investment, both in terms of skills and supply chains, as locally as possible. And I said that last year when I was here. And a really important shift towards prevention of homelessness. I think you can all see when it works well. You don't see the numbers of presenting as homeless, but we have a lot of work to do. And I think all areas and every council area is seeing some growth or some change in the level of homelessness. I'll just move us forward and probably finish up in the last couple of slides because I've just slightly run out of time. In terms of our ambition, that work on revitalisation is our ambition to free us up in order to borrow and invest in our homes. So I won't cover that in any more detail and just move finally forward just to a couple of final slides. I mean, there is a big piece of work ahead on building safety for all social housing stock, indeed, I would say all residential stock. And we are ahead of the curve in terms of the work that we've been doing to minimise safety risks for our tenants. But nevertheless, and we've established a new building safety department within the Housing Executive, and we want to continue to keep our focus on that. And I suppose finally, and for those of you who have many housing cases and people coming to you seeking advice on housing, the fundamental review of allocations, which is a ministerial priority and will mean major changes to the allocation system here, is well underway and is on track. And again, we're happy, and John, my colleague, and others are here to take any questions. So I've raced through that as quickly as I can. Lord Mayor, thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Grania. And certainly you got your value of your 10 or 12 minutes there. I think you spoke about, it would take me about 20 minutes to say all of there, but thank you very much for your report. Just with quite a few number of hands up here, folks, but I think Sharon's just going to come in first to mention his responder.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No, it was just really with respect to some of the references Grania made to the involvement of the Housing Executive in the Community Planning Partnership and the excellent work and the excellent partnership work that has been done there. The Housing Executive has been a full and a very important partner and have led a number of important initiatives there. And just reference that decision on Magoyan House and the potential there, a kind of a far-sighted and strategic decision that's kind of looking at achieving the greatest benefit in the longer term as well. And as we move forward as a community planning partnership, we just look forward to working with the Housing Executive on future place plans. And and thanks for all of the input to date.
Thank you, Sharon. And we have Councillor Kevin Savage first.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and Grania, thank you very much for your presentation. I do know that John and Mark are there with you, and I would like to put on record my thanks to all the staff locally over the past years. They've provided an excellent service to elected representatives. They get back to you very promptly and deal with queries on an efficient manner. So I'd really like that thanks to be passed on to your staff. Grania, I've just one question really. It's in relation to the rural housing targets, and yet again this year they haven't been met. I think that's a few years now in a row they haven't been met. I know the latent needs tests have an important role in identifying that need, but is there anything else that the Housing Executive are looking at in relation to rural housing? Is there anything you can do to maybe incentivise the housing associations to build more in the rural communities? Or is there anything that you're looking at to try and increase the new build in the rural areas? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And look, you're absolutely right. And we published our rural strategy this year, having had a very detailed and inclusive consultation. And yes, I mean, we are looking at every lever that we can pull in relation to going beyond not just latent demand tests. They are extremely important because they give you a really sophisticated level of knowledge of what the level of need is in the local area. But then obviously then also undertaking assessment of the land that's available locally. Anything that we can bring forward either in partnership with others, we will do. I have in front of me the results of some of the tests that have been done locally, and we're very acutely aware. In fact, we have a very good level of detail of housing need in the local area. We are working very closely with housing association partners. We're looking at ways in which we can make it as easy as possible for them to bring forward sites. And indeed, investment has been high in social housing in relation to bringing, which does make bringing forward sites more effective when you have the money. But nevertheless, I think the challenges really are associated with the availability of land, the suitability of that land, and how quickly we can bring that forward, both from a zoning and a planning perspective. So there's a number of, elements to this, and none of it is easy, I'm afraid, and very few easy answers. My colleague Sinead is also here if there's questions, if she wants to come into.
Thank you, Grania, and Councillor Thomas Larkham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Grania, for the report. And I would concur with all of the comments thus far. I've just a couple of points. The first one is around the social housing need. As a councillor for Central Craigavon, I just want to point something out, and I would like some clarification on this if possible. Last year, there was a Central Craigavon element of the social housing need and a Brownlow element, and this year it seems to be they're all merged in one with Central Craigavon, as the figure there has jumped significantly from previous years. So just want some clarification on that if possible. And the other issue that I want to raise is just in relation to my Rafferty flats. And a wee update on that if possible around the economic appraisal, which was due to be conducted, I think, last year. Just if I get an update on those, that would be great. Thank you.
That's fine. I might just ask my colleague Sinead to come in on that point in relation to housing need.
Hello, Councillor Larkham. Yes, we assess need based on common landlord areas, and these are like building blocks. But the need projection that's included in the housing investment plan is for the housing need assessment area, which is all of Central Craigavon. So that would include the quarters of Craigavon, which you're referring to, Drumgore, Tullykelly, Rafferty. So, I mean, at the minute, the need for Central Craigavon is for 40 units for the next 5 years. And we're just in the midst of reviewing our housing need assessments at the minute. And it's looking likely that that figure could increase. We have the new build scheme that Drumellon has just completed, which was very successful, and I think it's almost ready for allocation. And we're currently reviewing all of our lands, the housing executive lands within Central Craigavon, and have just agreed a data sharing agreement with the council so we can share lands and assess the availability of land against need across that area. In terms of Rafferty flats, we're currently looking at an economic appraisal. Mark might want to come in on this, but we're due to meet shortly to review the progress on that.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two questions, and I suppose they're on separate topics, and maybe just take them one at a time if that's okay. So the first question is in relation to the EU retrofit programme, which Grania mentioned. Would you be able to go into a bit more detail on that, Grania, in terms of how this money will be spent, type of projects and so on, when these will be rolled out? So as you mentioned, we are in a cost of living crisis, and energy prices are going through the roof. So anything that can be completed within the short period of time will be very much welcomed by residents of the borough. Could you just go into a bit more detail on that project? It certainly sounds like a very strong scheme there.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Regionally, we are looking at up to 1,900 homes being retrofitted in this 3-year period, and we're well underway. In fact, we're at phase 3, and we are seeking to make this as regional as possible. We have around about, so in this coming financial year, our intention is to invest so that we can achieve retrofits in 230 homes locally. So that's a large scale, that's a large programme, and so that's spread across Lurgan, Meadowbrook, Redmanville Estate, Brownstone Estate, and Ardoan and Craigavon. And it is a deep retrofit the impact it will have on the individual homes is really strong. It has a massive impact, not just in the amount of energy that homes can save. There's obviously a knock-on effect on the quietness of the properties too. I think it is our intention to go where we can beyond that 1900 well into this decade. So we don't see this as an end in itself. We certainly see this as the beginning. We've started on no fines construction, so that particular construction type. But we will be looking beyond it. My colleague Andy Kennedy is online. Andy, if you're free and you're able to talk a little bit just about some of the impacts it's had, both in terms of energy costs and approach. Thanks, Andy.
So, yeah, the program's been going for about 2 years now or so. We started off with some small schemes in aluminium bungalows, and as Grania said, we have progressed to no fine stock. When we first applied for this program through the Department for Communities, it's specifically aimed at portions of our stock or types of construction that are the least energy efficient among our stock. So, for example, the reason we're going to no fines in aluminium bungalows is they're single skin properties that have very poor thermal qualities. So really what we are doing, particularly with the no fines in ABC area, is we're putting the external wall insulation on, which in some cases we're matching with other works as well. And that's to improve the heat retention of the properties so that, in fact, the tenants have to use less energy to heat the properties. As I say, on the basis of we've completed probably up to the end of the last financial year. I don't have just the figures for this year at the minute. We probably completed about 150 properties or so. Now, what we saw in the properties that we actioned, the rough SAP scores went from an average of about 57 up to about 70 in terms of energy efficiency. And we did some measuring of reductions in both energy use and, in fact, in carbon emissions. And in some of the schemes, we saw a reduction in cost to the tenants of about maybe £300 or £400 a year. Now, obviously, that's at a point in time. Energy costs have risen. We would need, obviously, in the schemes we've got on site now, we'll be reviewing those once they're completed and comparing those to pre-work standards. But there's no doubt that in the dwellings we have done so far in another pilot schemes, we have found and demonstrated that this sort of work will certainly improve the energy efficiency of the properties and will save the tenants money.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abbey, have you a second part to your question there? If we just
have
another 5 or 6 speakers, so if we can keep our questions short if as possible and answers concise. Thank you.
Okay, well, my second question is sort of on a different topic in relation to paramilitary facades and housing executive property. As you recall, the issue was discussed last summer in relation to various paramilitary facades placed on housing executive property in Mornby. However, there are other paramilitary facades and structures of various crime gangs, unfortunately spread across Lurgan and indeed Northern Ireland. And specifically in relation to the one in Mornby, I'm aware that a police investigation took place, and at that time the housing executive declined to make a complaint, therefore halting the police investigation into this act of criminality, act of intimidation. And my question, as you've asked it to be short and sweet, is I would like an explanation as to why this was and what the housing executive will be doing to remove these crime gang artefacts from Lurgan and indeed the whole of Northern Ireland. If Grania could answer that one, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abbey and Grania.
Thank you. So, I mean, just to be very clear that we are very clear in our role as a landlord in terms of ensuring a safe and inclusive place for our tenants to live. So the decisions that we will take in relation to any murals or indeed any other forms of materials such as that, we will take very carefully out, and we always come at this from a point of view of, as housing professionals, how we manage the entirety of our not just of the stock, but of our relationships locally. John, I might just turn to you just if you want to answer those specifics, if that's okay, or there's indeed others there.
We would engage with local communities. We engage with local representatives. We try and find a way forward to see if we can address any of these trappings, murals, memorials, etc. It's not an easy process, and it's not a quick process. It's one that takes a large level of engagement, and the one you're talking to in regards to it was 2 steps forward, 1 back. That doesn't mean that we stop or reduce that level of engagement. We are continually gauging the appetite for moving forward, and we will continue to, as Grania has explained. We do not feel that these manifestations should be within our states or our localities, and we will continue to move forward to try and seek their removal.
Thank you, John. And next we have Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Grania, for your presentation. And I was sitting here, I was kind of listening to what you were saying, and a lot of stuff I wanted to ask you about was sort of has been kind of dealt with, so I'll not go over it again, but it was about retrofitting and things like that there. But the one thing that I asked you about last year was obviously the housing executive. You've touched on it there, becoming a house builder itself again. Now, we're a year down the line, you know, obviously you've touched on it, that you've now got ministerial approval, etc., whatever. Because I suppose at this moment in time, we're relying on the housing associations to build the new social houses at this moment. And I was just wondering, not to put your feet to the fire tonight, but, you know, have you a timetable, you know, in relation when you hope as an organisation to start building homes? Because as you can see, there's a big shortage of homes. I'll declare an interest here, Grania. I'm the architect on the ARC housing project on the Old Street in Armagh. So that will be recorded for the minutes. But as I say, that's done with a private developer, and that does seem to be the process. And I would love to see the day you guys can start building homes again. And that's one question. And the other thing is, I think I emailed you about it, was land is not being used in existing housing executive developments. I have had a couple of people approaching me. They want to make their garden a wee bit bigger. They want to, like, when the houses were built, they were built for 1 car. You know, they need parking for 2 cars. They want to, everybody talks about outdoor living now. They want to be more amenity. The land's sitting there, not being used. But there doesn't seem to be legislation in place for that to happen. And again, that's something that I would like to sort of investigate with you going forward. Will it be for private use or even from a public aspect? I touched on allotments and things like that, because you have touched on it that, you know, there is an energy crisis. There is an issue. I know you are dealing with that to a point with your retrofitting and things like that. I think that's brilliant, and hope that continues. And I hope you will open that up to the private sector who have bought their homes, but our housing executive old stock, you know, and I know that's a means thing as well, but at least affordable warmth covers that to a point. But I'd like to see that going a bit further to include external insulation and think not just windows and boilers, because I do think, you know, going forward, there is going to be an issue with energy, and it's definitely how you create your energy as well as insulating your homes. Something to do with, that's the other question I had, was solar. Are you looking at that in potential to retrofitting with the Stormont executive at the minute, or whoever it is, the minute, to sort of see if there's anything coming out from that for personal use, because there is a real issue out there where, and it's going to get worse, you know, in relation to energy costs and creating energy. But look, I've kind of mumbled on there, Grania, but I do want to continue that conversation with those couple of things. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I'm getting a nod from your colleagues here who are agreeing with you there with the mumbling on bit. But I think there are a couple of questions in there, Grania, if you could respond to Councillor Nicholson. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So briefly, just on the time frame around new build, Minister made her statement in November 2020. It was her intention, and it's the intention in that statement, that we would be in a position to build again from 2025. My view is we are on course to do that just now, and I hope that will remain the case, that we are on course to do that. I always manage expectations in this. This organisation hasn't built for 20 years, so you will know you don't simply turn that back on easily overnight. So we have build our capacity. But we also don't want to waste time between now and then. We are looking at, and I would love to be in a position, for example, to be able to acquire stock when it comes forward in the open market, as the Strategic Housing Authority, to be able to do that. And to do that and then manage it as a landlord. So there are other options for adding to new supply between now and 2025, and any option that we could possibly look at, we would do within the constraints set. So that's that. In terms of land use in our estate, I mean, I think we're a very pragmatic organisation when it comes to how we've managed our land, both as a landlord, but as the Strategic Housing Authority, and we work very closely with partners where we have taken pragmatic approaches to land use. But I'm also now conscious we're an organisation that's thinking about new builds in a number of years, and so therefore that consideration we would need to take account of. But I would say we will always be pragmatic, and we are a community planning partner, so we take that approach. In terms of energy efficiency beyond social housing, I think there's no question, significant investment is needed from government to enable us to do that. So we're a landlord of social housing. I think if we're looking beyond social housing, then the funding model would have to come forward for that. And on solar, yes, I mean, we're looking at, obviously we take a fabric first approach to our own homes, but I think we certainly have a number of pilots where we are looking at, when you look at the energy systems in the homes, we have pilots in place. So for example, we have a pilot looking at the use of hybrid heat pumps, for example, to extend the use of old boilers. So there's a number of pilots that we're looking at, but really fabric first makes sense for us as a landlord.
Thank you, Gráinne. Thank you. Councillor Hawken.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. So just a couple of things, and I'll be as brief as I can. I just would, my annual draw attention to the fact that the area that I represent, North Lurgan, is once again at the top of the housing need list. It's page 80 for any of the other councillors or any members that want to have a look at it. I've kind of come to accept it at this stage, and I understand and I acknowledge, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge that it is not easy to resolve these issues. There are a number of really difficult hurdles that need to be overcome to sort of tackle this in a long-term way. And I want to acknowledge as well that efforts have been made and that there are a number of projects ongoing. And I'm not going to get parochial about it tonight and ask questions around that. I'm happy to tie in with officers, housing executive officers at a later date on this. But I want to take that opportunity to acknowledge that efforts are being made to encourage the housing associations to really think outside the box and get something done in an area of such a high social need, the highest actually, as I've mentioned, across the borough. I think it was mentioned earlier as well about the winter we're facing into and about obviously the increased cost for people and the most vulnerable in the society. I would just urge you to ensure that your links with the council, I think they're going to be key as we head into the winter, to ensure that anybody who is facing these difficulties, the people who are going to struggle to heat their house are also going to be struggling to eat. So it's key that relationships between big organisations like the Housing Executive and Council and departments, you really need to rely on them, as we face into the winter. And just briefly, Chair, if you'll allow me, I just want to pay special thanks to yourself, John. I know anytime I phone you, it's not with a straightforward case, but I want to take the opportunity to say thank you. I know I've been in touch with a number of issues over the past year, and you've dealt with them in a very professional and well-mannered way. So it's a tribute to yourself and your team, and also Jackie McIllernan, our patch manager down in North Lurgan, Colin Baker and Shauna McConville there. I can't speak highly enough of you and your team. So just thank you, and I look forward to the year ahead with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawken.
My years, executive to hear colleagues praised for their good work. I mean, I do have the numbers in front of me in relation to North Lurgan. I am very conscious, not just of the projected need locally, but what we're able to bring forward in partnership with housing associations and Armagh, obviously locally. I suppose just on the point, so that's not lost on me, and just to give you that reassurance. And again, we will continue to look at every possible opportunity where need is clear and evidenced, where we have it and where we can bring that forward. But I think the partnerships locally are working, and we want to dial them up.
Thank you. And Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I also just note my thanks to the officials of the Housing Executive presenting to us this evening, and what is, as usual, a comprehensive overview of what has taken place in the borough, with lots of delivery for our residents, and that's to be commended and noted. Sometimes when statutory partners appear in this chamber. It's not all glowing remarks, that's for sure. I'm thinking specifically of DFI Road. Sorry to throw them under the bus this evening, but certainly my engagement with the staff, particularly in Portadown, the housing executive, is positive. And in the same vein as, I guess, Councillor Hockin, I want to pass on my thanks to Mark Ingham and his team and the staff there, and in particular Justine Bogue, who is one of the patch managers, who covers one of the areas that I represent. And you know, her work ethic is second to none, and it's very difficult sometimes to get a patch manager for some areas. But with Justine, she's been consistent, and she operates at a very consistent and fair level for delivery. So I really appreciate that and her input in the area. Just to make comment on the ERDF scheme that is ongoing. I do live in Brownstown. Sorry to correct you, it's Brownstown, not Brownstone. But I live in Brownstown estate, and so we are enduring the work that is ongoing, and I know it has made a huge benefit to the residents that have already had that completed, particularly at the end of Dermore Drive, moving through. The contractors are very, very cooperative, as are the housing executive, in terms of if there are any issues. And the site foreman is accessible to any of us that need to do that, and that is a very welcome thing. So the investment area is welcomed, and I know the same for the Redmondville area is ongoing. But just by way of query, I note that there are investments in terms of the community infrastructure in Portadown. And one of the things that the housing executive do have a good reputation for is making sure that there is investment across the community in Portadown. So I would just want to make the case, not just for the likes of Edgarstown Residents Association or the Youth Hut Initiative by the Wise Zone or others, but the work that is ongoing there with attached outreach teams across the piece is very valuable. And the support that the housing executive provide them is very valuable. And we want to see that continue, and that those priorities being looked at in partnership with the council in terms of where we have antisocial behaviour, etc. So just to pass on my thanks to you and the team there, and to highlight those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cosman.
I do practice this, before I come to these meetings. I live in fear of what just happened. So,
you and Councillor Catherine Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and can I also thank Grania and John for being here with us tonight. And indeed, I think I've tortured both of them as recently as today, and I thank them for their help with the issue that I raised with them. But can I also say a massive, huge thanks to the team in the local Craigavon office. They are absolutely fantastic, out of the world in getting back to you, particularly when housing need and housing stress is a really, really sensitive and high pressure issue for people that I represent, and the staff are genuinely just fantastic. I don't want to name drop because I'm afraid that it would leave anybody out, but thanks right across the board. I suppose I just want to make two comments, and then there is a question just at the end that I didn't put in because the event only happened last night. So I suppose 2025 is fast approaching, and so on my part, in relation to the Craigavon central area, I would like to place on record my a sort of point around the need for more bungalows. It's something that we're short in supply of, and I understand why they're not the most popular thing to build, because for a bungalow and the space that they take, you maybe get two houses. But I have witnessed the success of Tremelin and the families whose lives that project absolutely changed and transformed. And I would like to see more of that go on post 2025. And indeed as well, rural housing, certainly in the Derrymacash and Derrytrasna area. There's been two recent schemes and the houses have been snapped up. So it would be great if we seen a little more of that. I suppose small criticism, and it is only small, it's when it comes to affordable warmth. I don't find that the referrals happen quick enough. I imagine it might be a resource issue. A small team maybe at different times become quite overburdened. So it's just something that I would ask you to consider, perhaps growing the admin team behind that so that referrals can happen just that wee bit quicker. And I suppose the final thing, and look, if you don't have the information tonight, it's grand. You'll be aware that there was a fire in a property in Clonrola yesterday evening. And it has caused huge distress to local residents living nearby for fear that their properties may be caught up in any future such incidents. Unfortunately, there's no registered owner, and therefore I contacted the housing executive when council made me aware of that, and they used their powers in order to board that house up. I did make contact with reps today and just haven't had any response. So can I ask that the local office would look at urgently boarding that property up, particularly to the rear of the property? The front of it had been boarded up well, but there's certainly a back door that could be made much, much more secure. So no need to comment tonight. I am happy that that message gets to the local office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson and Councillor Alderman Spears. Right?
Okay, right. Grania, good to see you down here, their home, as it were. I see you in other places, so welcome to this scene here tonight. Again, I thank you for the presentation. I went through it. It's fairly large, and some of it is fairly generic. It covers a multitude of things, but sometimes it's hard to define where they are. I refer to a couple of things. Number one, you mentioned on page 66 about rural housing need, and reference was made there to land owned in Market Hill, and I'm aware of that. Now, I want to ask the wider generic question at that point. The issue there is sewage facilities and sewage disposal, and if you want to build down in Market Hill currently, you're debarred from it because it's getting into the sewage. Now, I understand that there are a number of locations like that. It's an ongoing problem, but I just flagged that up in relation to that. The other thing that I mentioned is in housing executive estate, I was in one today, and I was in houses, and the people complain quite a bit as regards unkept gardens and pathways in adjoining houses. They look after theirs particularly well. Maybe some that are owned by yourselves are not looked after as well. The gardens aren't looked after as well. I was at a location, the ragweeds was that height, and they're a weed that is specific for dangers, you know what I mean? But there is a general point I find about the state of some of these public areas, pathways, and I'll give you the details afterwards. I don't want to mention it, but just in relation, I want to declare an interest in the houses in Heritage. There's a couple of properties there that are mentioned, and this is for the minutes, that I have an interest in, and I think it would be appropriate that that is recorded. And the other thing I want to mention is Gosford Gardens in Market Hill. We were to have a scheme done on that, and I've looked through all this, and there is a list of Market Hill general area, but I'm just wondering, has that been slipped? It was to be started in November of this year. I'm just wondering where it is. Thank you, Grania.
Thank you, Alderman Spears and Grania.
Thank you. I'll ask colleagues just to come in on that point about Gosford Gardens, but just, I suppose, just a couple of final comments. Following up on Councillor Nelson as well, I take the point in relation to affordable warmth. There's no question, actually, we've had, like many organisations, challenges in recruiting and retaining staff. This is a very, in terms of the jobs market right now, we just like many other organisations, as I say, just continuing to recruit and bring as many talented people into the organisation as we can. So I take the point in relation to that sometimes has an impact on the service, and we will keep that as minimal as we can. Affordable warmth is critically important given the year that we're in. So we're putting as much focus on that, and you can have my reassurance on that. I think just on the point around sewage capacity and wastewater treatment capacity, that is regional. That is a regional issue. We're seeing it everywhere. We have had with housing associations a number of meetings with Northern Ireland Water. We've raised those regularly with them. We've had positive and helpful conversations with Northern Ireland Water where they will take a design-led approach in each particular scheme. That is sometimes costly, and housing associations and developers, or housing associations in this case, sometimes have to pay for it. But nevertheless, on a scheme-by-scheme basis, it is often possible to take a design-led approach. But nevertheless, I think sewage capacity will remain a major challenge for us. I'll maybe just ask colleagues to come in. Sinead, if you could, on Gosford Gardens, if you're aware of that issue, or we could follow up after the meeting, potentially.
Go ahead, Sinead. Yeah.
Hello. No, I'm not. I'm not aware. Maybe David Palmer could come in on this game for Gosford Gardens, sir.
Sinead, thank you.
Thanks.
Just actually having a look, I can't actually see that on my register. So as I say, if the gentleman's happy, look, we'll do a bit further depth on that and then come back to you with a comment on it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Happy enough. So come back to the Alderman Spears and the Gosford Gardens point. Okay, thank you. Councillor Toman and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, my question is just on temporary accommodation and homelessness. I've had a number of cases over the past several months where an individual present themselves as homeless and are placed in temporary accommodation, but they're told by the housing executive that the only stock available is in Belfast and in Derry. It's most likely these individuals are vulnerable and they need support in terms of family and friends, and it's not ideal that they have to move to one of the two cities. So just my question would be just what is the housing executive doing locally in terms of improving temporary accommodation stock, and is there any opportunity to look at void properties, etc.? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toman.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to talk about homelessness and temporary accommodation. It is without question the single biggest issue for the organisation right now in terms of the level of urgency, that alongside the energy crisis. The prevalence, the growth in homelessness and people needing temporary accommodation, we had hoped would reduce since COVID. It hasn't. And there's a number of reasons for that. One of them being people losing their tenancies in the private rented sector, because some landlords are exiting the market. We are finding it extremely difficult to access temporary accommodation and to lease temporary accommodation in a number of areas. We will only place people out of area if we absolutely have to, if there are literally no other options. And it is sometimes the case, not always, but it is sometimes the case, as the councillor has pointed out, that we have to do that. But that is something that we only do as a last resort. We are looking at a whole range of options for how we might bring forward further temporary accommodation. I would love to have longer leases. Currently, we cannot provide anything other than a 1-year agreement with a landlord, and yet they can. I mean, that makes us uncompetitive, I'm afraid. So they are some of the challenges: soaring demand, very little accommodation locally, and so I'm afraid I don't have a positive picture to paint there. When we place people in hotels, and we don't want to do that, but when we do, it costs often 7.5 times the cost of a private sector lease. So again, that's bad use of public money. Again, it's not suitable for households and individuals. So the issue of homelessness will be something I think we will grapple with for several years yet, and we continue to have an indicative budget to work against. So I'm sorry to sound so negative on that point. I'm afraid there are very few solutions other than longer term sustainable programme funding, I think.
Thank you, Grania. And Councillor Wilson, Ian Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Grania, thanks for your report. As echoing what a lot of contributors have said tonight, that the housing executive have always been very responsive to anything that I have requested or any issues that you have come back very quickly, and something a lot of other agencies could probably, do the same if possible. Just on another wee quick point, just seeing on the appendix there on page 80, Banbridge town itself is second in the league for housing need. What is the situation with the Chestnut Place development out the Lurgan Road? It could be in the report. Maybe I have missed it. What's the plan for it, or any dates for it to be started, or what is the plan for that area? Thank you.
You, Councillor Wilson.
Briefing, but it's probably quicker to ask one of my colleagues to come in on this point.
Grania, and I'll maybe address that one. We have approval to demolish Chestnut Place, and the intention would be at some stage that we may replace that with new build, social housing new build. That obviously depends on the numbers, if they support that at the time, because obviously there are issues with the complex itself. We're in the middle of, I think we have now cleared that, so it's a matter of getting the demolition scheme sorted out to bring the complex down. But if we do go for a new build scheme, we'll be then briefing a housing association through Sinead and her colleagues to provide that new build.
Thank you. Okay. Can I just thank the members of the executive for coming in tonight? Thank you for your questions, and they've all been well answered as wanted to. And thank you for your time for coming, you and Joan that's here, and also all your colleagues that's online. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, members, we're now on to agenda item 5, the committee minutes for the Planning and Regulatory Services. Alderman Wilson, you were an apology as a chair, so our vice chair, Councillor Kevin Savage.
Lord Mayor, yes, content to propose the minutes as a correct record of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. And could we have a seconder if someone was at that meeting? Councillor Cosby. Thank you. Okay, members, we're now on to agenda item 6, and we're in the Chief Executive's report. 4 items here for decision tonight. 6.1, the Northern Ireland Holiday at Home Staycation Awards, and Jonathan Hayes is going to take us through item 6.1. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. The report before you tonight is in relation to a number of nominations across our state that have been selected in relation to a number of shortlists, and that's Gosford Forest Park, which is nominated for Forest Park of the Year, Gosford Forest Park Children's Activity of the Year, and also Lough Neagh Discovery Centre being Tourist Attraction of the Year. Members, you will note within the detail of the report that there is an events ceremony later on in early autumn, and we would seek members' approval in relation to both Lord Mayor or Deputy Lord Mayor and a number of officers and Chair of Committee to attend the award ceremony. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. Alderman Spears.
No, I just want to propose the adoption of that. I think it's very, very understandable and welcome news in relation to particularly Gosford, and I'm happy to make the proposal that we proceed and have people represented.
You, Alderman Spears, and Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, just a similar vein. It's good to see Gosford in the running there. So absolutely happy to second it. I think it's a good reflection on the facility and all the good work that goes on within it.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Item 6.2, letter of variation for funding from DFC, and Olga's going to take us through that. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. Members will be aware of the considerable amount of work that has been ongoing to support our town centres and businesses as part of our recovery plans and funded through the COVID Recovery Revitalisation Programme from DFI, DERA and DFC. In order to maximise the grant assistance provided to Council, a letter of extension to the contract for funding has been issued up to March 2023. So the recommendations before members is that members agree to accept a letter of variation from DFC under the COVID-19 Recovery Revitalisation Programme in order to avail of an extension up to March 2023.
Thank you, Olga. And Councillor Alderman Baxter.
Happy to propose, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Baxter. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Nicholson. All agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Item 6.3 of Franklin High School, and Jonathan Hayes is going to take us through this report. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And again, this request is in relation to a letter of support. It's in relation to an application that Rathfriland High School have submitted as part of an application process for Your School, Your Club initiative. Their application is in relation to the resurfacing of 4 tennis courts along with associated works to the site. And as part of the application process, they've asked for a letter of support from council. So in essence, members, the recommendation is to seek members' approval in relation to issuing a letter of support to Rathfriland High School in relation to their proposed application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan and Councillor Macaulay.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just wanted to declare an community interest because I've been working with the school and I have 2 children at it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Macaulay. That will be noted. Alderman Barr.
Exactly the same non-pecuniary interest, Lord Mayor. My eldest has just left, moving on to somewhere new, and my second eldest is still there. Hopefully going back quite soon to get back into the swing of things, like many around here, and get their way back to school. But yeah, it'd be a fantastic opportunity here for the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. I think we're all looking forward to next week, maybe. Councillor Causeway.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, we are looking forward to next week. My 4-year-old, well, almost 4-year-old is going to nursery school, so that will give Mum a wee bit more time with our 3-year-old. But just in relation to this, and I wish the school well and every success to their application and broadly have no objections on this. What I do recall though some time ago, and Seamus might be able to shed some light on this, is that we did have a conversation before around letters of support and what would be appropriate in terms of what kind of letters of support we would issue. Would there be a criteria for those and things like that? So I don't want to stand in the way of this evening, but I do recall a lengthy conversation at some stage before, because I think at some point we refused some, we may have granted some, and I'm just wondering, do we just consider everyone on its merits? Is that how it goes? Maybe some of us like some don't. And I'm wondering, did we actually bring that to a conclusion? Seamus, now I'm probably harking back some time ago now, so forgive me for putting you on the spot there. Thank you.
Thank you, Seamus.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just in response to that, I do remember the discussion about letters of support that Councillor Cosby is referring to. That has not been progressed to a conclusion in a sense where Council's got a criteria that would be set out, or a policy position. So the position remains that if items of support are coming, they would come before committee to make that decision. Okay.
Thank you, Seamus. Councillor McKinstry.
I'm not sure if Councillor Cosby proposed that or not, but I would be happy. No, I would be happy to propose this. And just for the record, we're not all looking forward to back to school.
You're happy to propose a recommendation?
Yes, I'm happy to propose.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Cosby, you looking back in?
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. I suppose my thought process around this is maybe that this is something that could be deferred to the Lord Mayor's office. But proposals been made, we'll probably not fall over the thing this evening, but I am just conscious because some of these have been refused on previous occasion. And I just would want to be making sure that as council we're being consistent across the board when these things come. And from what I gather, I don't think we are being. So I just want my comments noted in relation to that.
Okay, Councillor Cosby, your comments are noted. We do have a proposer for the recommendation as it is. We're going to bring in then Alderman Spears.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for bringing me in here. I'm happy enough to second the proposal made by Councillor McKinstry. I wish the school well, and I do recall the discussion that we had in relation to what Councillor Crosby mentions, but as has been already stated, we have no definitive policy on it. And no doubt that is something that will no doubt emanate from this, but in the absence of it currently, I would propose seconds the proposal that has been made.
You, Alderman Spears, we all agreed. Sorry, with some Councillor Kevin Savage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was going to second it, but just on the point, last month we approved a similar one for St. Coleman's Primary in Annaclone, and it was part of the application process that for the Sports Council that the applicant get a letter of support from their council. So it's more like a technical part of the application process. And we've done it last month without much discussion. So I think, to be fair to Rathrenald, we need to do the same here. But it was part of the process that was outlined. And, you know, there's going to be no cost to the council. The application process was clear that there will be a budget from Sport NI in relation to that. So I just want to make that point. Lord Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage and Councillor O'Halloran.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. And like others, content to support the progress of this, but like others, picking up on the point about a policy gap, and be keen that policy is developed and brought back to committee as soon as possible. We have seen letters of support issued not just to these types of projects, but to other projects in terms of levelling up. And then we have seen other applications where it haven't been letters of support forthcoming. So I'd be keen that there is a consistency across the board and that it is tied into a policy, and ask that report or draft policies brought back as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor O'Halloran. Seamus, do you note that? Okay, we'll bring it back as soon as possible. Look, Councillor, we do have a proposer and seconder. Just ask again, we're all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Item 6.4, Barry Payson is going to take us through a request to hold events in council properties. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Evening, elected members. The report before you this evening is recommended that members would agree to 3 different events being held at 3 different locations on council property. The first, I'll sort of do an overview of this rather than going into great detail, members. The first is a football tournament that was run last year and is now being proposed to be run in Brownstown Park this year on Sunday the 4th of September from 10 to 3. The park will remain open and it's a cross-community and cross-cultural event. The second is Murray's Amusement, which is proposed to be held on the 17th of September as well in the Pleasure Gardens in Portadown. And again, there are no restrictions in relation to activities in the rest of the park. And TJ McMail cross-country event, which is proposed for the Palace Grounds on the 25th of September from 9 to 5. Officers have no issues with any of these events in relation to the work that goes on around them. They have been screened and there are no issues in relation to equality and good relations. The fees, insurances, GDPR, etc., will obviously need complied with before finally going ahead with these events. But officers are content that they go ahead. It's down to members to decide if that is appropriate. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. And Councillor O'Halloran.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, thanks very much, Barry, for the report, and happy to propose.
Thank you, Councillor O'Halloran. And Alderman Twyble.
Yes, again, I just want to thank Barry for bringing the proposal to us, and very happy to second.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble and Councillor Causeway.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just one certainly to welcome the Rio Ferdinand Foundation, certainly to Brownstown Park. That also then highlights Brownstown Park as being one of our really important facilities for events like this, because we know that Rangers host their summer soccer school there, and Roy Carroll does some training there as well. So quite prestigious names now being associated with Brownstown Park at the Queen Elizabeth II playing fields there. So very pleased about that. But just in relation to the second event, Murray's Amusement Fun Fair in ported down. Just to double check with Barry, obviously it is going to be, I'm assuming, quite a size of an event, certainly taking up most of that green space down there. And I would wonder just how that would impact maybe parking availability, for example, the users of the bowling green there, should it be in operation at that point in time. The other side of it as well is that we do know from our experience that there's quite a significant number of cases of antisocial behaviour mid afternoon to early evening along that stretch of the river as well. And I'd be wanting to know what mitigations you're going to be putting in place to manage some of that. So I'd be keen just to see that would be managed, because it is in the afternoon. It is a busy area now in town with the addition of the developments ongoing there at the Meadows and with Tim Hortons and McDonald's and stuff there too. So I'd really just want to be making sure that whatever is happening down there would definitely have a fairly robust action plan to deal with cases of antisocial behaviour should they arise. So I would be happy to support the proposal if that was included for that second point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. All right, you want to come back in?
Yes, we can certainly work with the teams on ourselves and the amusement people to work on antisocial behaviour and the parking issue. I don't know a lot about bowling, but I think the season's coming to a close in around now anyway. But again, we can work with them on that, so we'll take that into consideration, certainly, no problem.
Thank you, Barry. Councillor McNeil.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's in relation to item number 2 there, the event. That will also be clashing with the country comes to town, and has that been looked into as regards car parking facilities and clashing with maybe events that are taking place in that area? Has it been?
Thank you, Councillor McNeil. And
thank you.
Barry, if I bring you back in.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I would imagine that's exactly why they want to be there, is because they know that there will be a large footfall of people in the town already. So yes, there will be consideration given to parking, but you will find that people will have parked in and around the town in lots of different locations to be in for that rather large event. And then the idea will probably be to draw them down to that part of the town to get involved in that and that family-orientated area. So that's exactly why it would be happening, I would imagine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, members, there's no other lights on. We have a proposer and the seconder. We all agreed? Sounds and take as agreed. Thank you. Members, we're moving on to agenda item 7, and we have 4 items for noting and the schedule of correspondence. Just so we can go through them one by one. 7.1, Department for Communities Access and Inclusion Programme. I agree to note. Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I will agree to note because there's no point in doing anything else. Let's be honest. First of all, I just want to make a number of comments there. Thank you, Jonathan. You sent that letter very promptly, and there's been a very prompt response back. However, clearly the minister's not even answering her own correspondence anymore. So, we can take out of that what we will. Because, again, we are in the situation that, frustrates me. This frustrates me. Because as much as I know, and I'm really very confident in our own officers, and the state's teams, because you have done many wee things for me, particularly lately, I'm very grateful for. And I know you take this issue very seriously. I'm sure there are projects in the pipeline, and if you don't, I'll give you some. But I have to reiterate, I think this is wholly unacceptable, that this uncertainty over this very important and vital funding pertains. It is disgraceful, and it's such a shame again that we are going to have to wait. People who are really crying out for these facilities are going to have to wait again, and then likely applaud some minister who will eventually take time to sort this out when a budget is found. So we'll note it, Lord Mayor, but I also want my utter disdain noted for the response. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough from our executive, and it's not good enough from the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Who's members, just to be sure, I was taking 7.1 to 7.4.
7.1.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, look, thanks, Lord Mayor, and like my colleague, I didn't know what we would expect anything different. These are the letters we're getting at the minute, and nobody's really taking responsibility to these things, and there's some sort of obviously member of staff is the task to reply. Jonathan, can I just they do refer to that they'll continue to engage with council. So will you hold their feet to the fire on that one? Because they do say that there is the possibility of contingency arrangements. So I'd like to clarify what that is. Like, can we put projects forward and say, look, this is a potential access and inclusion project, and has the minister the ability to release budget for it? Because I do think there's a number of projects throughout the borough, small and probably some larger, that could benefit from this. And as you know, Jonathan, as well as I know, the DDA regulations are in a long time now. And bottom line, Jonathan, is that some of our buildings are operating illegally as far as access goes, because bottom line is anybody can take council to account if they can't access one of our buildings. So if there is situations that arise, it could shine the council in a very bad light. So I think we have to hold the minister's feet to the fire on this one and get them to clarify what they mean by contingency arrangements, because I think we're going beyond contingency. We'll have to deal with it. So thank you, Armagh.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Hockin.
Thank you, Chair. I was coming in on a different matter, but I feel it's incumbent on me to kind of draw the comments to their natural conclusion, which is the failure of an executive form. An executive is the reason why we can't do this stuff. I could sit here tonight and give you a list of projects locally that I'm struggling with because DFC cannot release new funding for a project in North Lurgan. This is frustrating for everybody, but I would encourage people to direct their frustrations and anger in the right place. The only other comment I wanted to make and flag up was 7.2 around Ansborough Industrial Estate. I've no real objections to it, apart from I think it's worth noting that area that they're talking about abandonment is actually a pretty difficult hotspot in terms of fly tipping and dumping, and we're talking about large scale dumping. This seems to be somewhere, I worked in that area before, and even when DFA had it, it was an area that there was always kind of vans appeared in the middle of the night and dumped large scale kind of fly tipping that was going on. So if this is being abandoned, I suppose my question would be, are the council sort of aware of the likelihood that this is going to end up on our plate, that we're going to have to take some sort of responsibility, because people's frustrations are going to be directed towards local councillors and to the council if DFA walk away from it. So it's to flag it up that, you know, the likes of Barry and that need to make sure they're aware of just where exactly they're talking about abandoning. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, and I'm sure we can pick that up with DFA. Alderman Woodray.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On the same point as Councillor Hockin, that is 7.2, the abandonment order at Ansborough Industrial Estate. I just want to know, have we any indication what the department is going to do with that piece of land at the end of the day? Or do we have any mechanism to find out their intentions?
Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given that a number of members have now raised this, if you want, the only correspondence we have is what is on the agenda this evening. If members want, we can certainly write back to DFI seeking more detail and more information along the lines being inquired about this evening.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Okay, members, there's no more lights on, so we'll probably agree to note 7.1 to 7.4 with the various page online. Agreed? Okay, thank you, members. Members, agenda item 8 is schedule of documents requiring corporate seal. Again, 8.1 to 8.6, if we can take them on block. We need a proposer and a seconder that we can sign and seal the aforementioned documents. Alderman Woodray.
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Woodray, and we someone to second. Alderman Anderson, thank you. Thank you, members. Members, now we move into confidential business. Can I seek a... Sorry, I didn't see your light on there, Councillor Causeway.
Okay. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just on 8.5, the lease between Gordon Woolsey and Armagh City, Banbridge, Craigavon Borough Councillor Gordon is a personal friend of mine and is a member of Connect Group and a member of my local church. So I will absent myself from making any decision in relation to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crosby. Apologies, Mr. Light there. And members are still happy to go ahead and propose in second. They've all agreed. Great. Thank you. Members now come to our confidential business. If I could seek a proposer and a seconder to go into committee for consideration of the confidential items of business. Alderman Baxter.
Opposed.
And Alderman Spears is seconded. Thank you. Members and listeners to the audio feed in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we now will be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we'll be turning off the public audio feed of the meeting, then will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the audio feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of the proceed in open session. Thank you. Members, we're nearly there. Thank you for your patience tonight. We've tried to give everyone as much opportunity to discuss and the debate as possible. So we'll hopefully move on here then. Agenda item 11 of 3 items of any other relevant business. Councillor Lavery, you're in first. If I can bring you in. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief. It's in relation to an item I raised a number of months back and I'd like to raise again because there's been no progress on it. It's in relation to the public right-of-way investigation in the outskirts of Burringstown between Moss Road and Dromore Road. As members will recall, this investigation has started in 2008 and has faced setback after setback, excuse after excuse, and the investigation has been going on for 14 years. I recently received an update that the staff member involved has been advised that the case isn't a priority, even though it's been on the books for 14 years. And without going into detail, there's evidence that there is indeed a likely public right-of-way along the stretch of route. I would call for officers to investigate this or move it up the priority list given the length of time that it has been ongoing, because the officer referred to getting witness statements and so on, but the original witness who launched the request has unfortunately passed away. And I think there does need to be an issue of speed on this to finally get this issue to a conclusion. So I'd like the officers to look into that in due course and bring it forward as one of the more prioritised public right-of-way decisions. So maybe the officers could take that away and bring it back in due course. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Thank you for being brief. Officer nodding here, yes, their agreement to do that. So as per your request there. Our next item then is from Councillor Mackerel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief as well. And it's just, we've an opportunity here with a former legacy councillor, a resident of the borough, and an MLA for a large part of the borough in the Department of Infrastructure. And it was to ask council to extend an invite to the Minister for Infrastructure to meet with our Roger and our senior management team to discuss some of the large infrastructure projects right across the borough.
Thank you, Councillor Mackerel. I think that's getting nods here, so we're happy with that. Move on then. Our last item here is the Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Indeed, Lord Mayor, thank you. And I will also be brief. And my item is in relation to Department of Infrastructure again, and the street lighting part of that particular department. And essentially my issue, or the issue that my constituents in some of the most rural parts of this council have, is that there was recently a couple of lighting columns were removed outside a shop that is a community hub, and they were removed under the guise of needing repairs done, and lo and behold, when they are now removed, they now look at the area and it does not meet the criteria for street lighting. So after 50 years, this area outside of this shop with a school bus shelter very near and so on, now according to DFI does not meet the criteria. And we have some of the local DFI staff are basically hiding behind the criteria and so on. And frankly, Lord Mayor, it's just not good enough. And I would propose that we are in contact with both the Minister and with the Permanent Secretary with a view to getting some of this criteria changed. It's a real need, members, and I would ask for support for it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McNeil, and I think all of us are happy with that. Members, again, thank you all for your patience. I want to just reiterate, thank you for those who contacted myself last month. It was much appreciated, and I wish you all a safe journey home and a pleasant evening. And those who are remote online, you can turn it off now and go to bed. Thank you.